Traveler, I am grateful you've joined me tonight. This moment is yours alone, to soften into stillness and let the world outside fade into quiet distance. Settle your body where it rests most easily. Let the weight of the day slide gently away and feel each breath becoming slower, deeper, calmer. You have stepped into this moment for yourself, to wander in imagination, to drift without effort, to rest within story, and if you choose to subscribe, it truly helps me continue shaping new journeys for your nights, weaving fresh worlds each week for you to explore whenever sleep is near. Now, let us begin. Before the story unfolds, let me share a secret glimpse of what waits ahead. There is a festival that awakens only when twilight lingers, a celebration hidden from the ordinary hours of day. Its streets are lit with lanterns that hover weightless in the air, glowing in shades you have never seen before. Music drifts on the breeze, though no musicians are in sight. A melody that feels half remembered, yet never fully known. Figures move through the square, dressed in robes of deep color, their faces hidden behind masks that shimmer and change when you look at them too long. Some masks smile gently, some carry tears that never fall, and others seem to tilt toward you with silent curiosity. The air carries scents both sweet and strange, spiced smoke, unfamiliar blossoms, a taste of something just beyond memory. And as you wander through the winding paths of this festival, you will discover that the masks are more than decoration. They are keys to something deeper. At the heart of the celebration, waiting behind laughter and lantern light, lies a secret meant only for you. The story begins with your arrival, not by carriage, nor by ship, nor by any road you remember. You simply find yourself stepping through a narrow archway of stone, its surface carved with faded patterns that glow faintly in the dusk. On the other side waits a courtyard bathed in a permanent twilight. Lanterns hover high above, not tied to any rope, each swaying gently as if responding to the rhythm of unseen tides. Their glow paints the cobblestones in shifting patterns, lines of red, violet, glimmering and fading as you move. You take cautious steps across the courtyard. Each stone beneath your feet feels smooth from centuries of travelers. The air hums with layered music, flutes high and soft, drums low and slow, though no musicians can be seen. The sound seems to come from the walls themselves or from the lanterns above. Figures pass through the square in steady streams. Each wears flowing garments that ripple like liquid silk, dyed in colors too deep for simple words. Every face is hidden behind a mask. No two alike. One mask carries spirals of hammered silver that shift shape when you blink. Another glows faintly from within, a gentle orange firelight behind hollow eyes. Another is painted with lines of sorrowful blue, lips closed, tight as though holding back words. The figures never speak aloud, yet you feel their attention brush over you like a silent question. You move toward the stalls lining the courtyard's edge, curiosity pulling you closer. At the first stall, strings of glass beads dangle from a frame of black wood. When your fingers brush one strand, the beads sing a note clear and bright, the sound lingering far longer than expected. Other travelers pause to listen, heads tilting as though caught inside the resonance. The second stall, masks rest side by side on cloth, the color of midnight. Some smile wide, some frown with sharp creases, some bear no expression at all. When you lean closer, the masks release faint breaths of air, slow exhalations that fog the surface of the table. The stall keeper stands behind them, his own mask shaped like an unblinking eye. He raises one finger in silence, as if reminding you to choose carefully. At the third stall, hourglasses shimmer with impossible sand. Each glass turns on its own, grains falling upward in glowing streams. The stall keeper lifts one gently and offers it toward you. The sand inside forms shapes before dissolving again. A bird, a oar, a key, never lasting more than a moment. You do not take it, but the image lingers inside your mind as you step away. At the center of the courtyard stands a fountain, unlike any you have seen. Its basin is carved from black stone, but no water runs. Instead, thin ribbons of light coil upward like smoke, twisting into shapes that almost hold form. One ribbon folds into the shape of a wing before scattering into fragments. Another stretches long into the outline of a path that bends endlessly forward. You lean close and hear whispers inside the glow, not words you know, but tones that settle deep into your chest. The fountain seems to watch you as much as you watch it. From the far edge of the square, a narrow passage calls your eye. Two tall attendants stand on either side of its archway, their masks mirror-like. When you gaze into them, you see not your reflection, but 1,000 shifting versions of yourself, each walking slightly different paths. The attendants bow in perfect unison, arms rising slowly as though guiding you forward. The passage beyond glows faintly blue, the air cool and touched with spice. The music that once surrounded the square grows sharper here, pulling you in steady beats down the narrow way. You take a breath, then step through the arch. The attendants remain still behind you, their mirrored faces gleaming softly as the sounds of the courtyard fade away. Ahead, the festival deepens into something more secret, waiting without hurry. The passage narrows as you move deeper, its walls smooth and seamless, as though carved from a single piece of stone. Blue light drips downward in gentle lines along the walls, like liquid starlight flowing without end. Your footsteps echo softly, each step answered by a faint ringing from somewhere unseen. The air carries a blend of scents, sharp spice, faint smoke, and something sweet like fruit you cannot name. Each breath pulls you further from the world you remember. Each step unwinds the last thread of familiarity. At the far end, the passage widens, suddenly into another square, hidden beneath a canopy of shifting banners. The banners drift without wind, each marked with symbols that move like flowing ink. They glow faintly, casting colors that change as you pass beneath them. Crowds gather here more densely than in the courtyard before. Masked dancers move in slow circles around a central fire that burns without smoke. The flames change color with every beat of the unseen drums, crimson emerald, then pale silver. You pause at the edge of the square, watching as the dancers lean close to one another. Their masks shift with each movement. One moment smiling, the next sorrowful, the next unreadable. Their silence carries weight, yet every turn of their bodies speaks volumes. A masked figure draped in violet silk approaches you. Her mask is half gold, half shadow, one eye bright as sunrise, the other dark as a moonless night. She does not speak, but extends a hand toward you, palm upward. Waiting, when you place your hand in hers, the world tilts slightly. The music deepens, your pulse matches the rhythm, and the fire's colors bend toward you in streams of light. She guides you forward into the circle of dance. The dancers part as you step into the ring, forming a wide circle around you. They move in perfect unison, each step precise, each turn sharp, as if choreographed by something greater than themselves. The violet-robed figure releases your hand, her gaze lingering before she blends seamlessly back into the circle. The fire rises taller now, stretching higher than your head, though its heat never touches you. Within the flames you see images forming, a mask unlike any around you, its surface rippling with colors that shift too fast to follow. The sight lingers only a moment before dissolving back into the blaze. The crowd beyond the circle begins to murmur, a sound soft and low like waves against distant rocks. You feel all eyes on you, though every face remains hidden. The air itself seems to wait for your next movement. At the far edge of the square, another passage opens, this one framed by tall carved pillars. Each pillar bears masks carved into its surface, hundreds stacked one atop the other, smiling, frowning, screaming, laughing. Their stone eyes follow you as you turn toward them. The circle of dancers slows, their movements fading until they stand still around the fire. The murmurs of the crowd quiet into silence. The path forward waits, framed by stone faces that seem alive in the glow of the fire. You take a final glance at the violet-robed figure. Her golden eye gleams once more in the firelight, and though she does not speak, you sense she has given you permission. You step toward the carved pillars, leaving the circle behind. The flames dim behind you, the music softens, and the crowd fades into silence. Only the echo of your footsteps remains. The pillars rise above you like guardians, their carved masks stretching high into shadow. When you pass between them, the air thickens, a hush falling heavy as though sound itself holds its breath. The ground changes beneath your feet, cobblestone, giving way to smooth black glass that reflects your every step. You walk carefully, each footfall sending ripples of faint light across the surface. Your reflection bends with the ripples, twisting into shapes that almost resemble you, yet not entirely. Some reflections smile when you do not. Others tilt their heads with movements you never made. The passage opens into a long hall, lined on both sides with tall wooden doors. Each door is painted in deep colors, crimson, jade, indigo, and each bears a mask carved into its center. Some masks are serene, some grim, some so strange you cannot read their meaning at all. As you pass, you notice faint sounds pressing from behind the doors. Behind one you hear the echo of laughter, bright and wild. Behind another comes the sound of weeping, muffled and steady as falling rain. From yet another comes the low thrum of chanting voices, layered like distant thunder. One door trembles as you near it, the carved mask upon its surface shifting expression with every flicker of light. It frowns, it smiles, it sneers, and then goes still, as though it never moved at all. You do not open it. Instead, you continue, drawn toward the end of the hall. There a single arch of stone stands open, filled with a soft silver glow. As you step through, the world unfolds into a vast chamber, unlike anything before. Above you stretches a ceiling lost in darkness, but hundreds of lanterns float there, swaying slowly like stars in an unseen sky. Their reflections ripple in a circular pool at the center of the floor. You approach the pool, the surface so still it could be glass. But when you lean closer, you do not see your reflection. Instead, you see masks drifting slowly beneath the surface, hundreds of them, each turning as though carried by a gentle current. Some masks are familiar, the silver spirals, the sorrowful blue, the burning gold. Others you have never seen before, masks with too many eyes, masks cracked with age, masks made of pure shadow. The sight pulls at you, making you feel both drawn and uneasy. From the far side of the pool, a masked figure appears, tall, cloaked in dark fabric that brushes the floor with step. Their mask is entirely white, blank, save for a single crack running down from the forehead to the chin. They stop at the edge of the pool opposite you, their hands lifting slowly in a gesture that feels half greeting, half challenge. The lanterns above sway harder, their glow shifting into a pale blue haze that fills the chamber. The figure tilts their head, waiting for you. Behind them, a narrow stair of stone rises upward, teetering into shadow. You sense that if you follow, the festival will open into stranger depths. The pool ripples as if stirred by invisible hands, masks beneath the surface, turning their gazes toward you all at once. Your breath stills, your body sways slightly toward the stair. You take one final look at the blank mask across the water. Its crack glows faintly, then fades, and you know the choice is no longer yours alone. With steady steps, you turn toward the stair. The blue haze wraps gently around you, softening the world into dreamlike silence, and you climb upward into the waiting dark, fading into lightless quiet. The stair winds upward in impossible curves. At times it feels as though you are climbing sideways, at others as though the steps themselves float free of gravity. Your hand brushes the cold stone wall, yet when you glance sideways, there is no wall at all, only a vast drop into endless haze. The lantern glow from below fades quickly, replaced by thin lines of light running along the edge of each step. The lines pulse faintly with your heartbeat, dimming when you pause. Brightening as you climb, the air grows quieter the higher you rise. No music, no voices, only the sound of your breath. It feels as though the festival has been left far below, yet you know it waits hidden just beyond. At last, the stair ends in a round platform, open to a sweeping view. You step forward cautiously, your feet meeting smooth marble that gleams like pale moonlight. All around stretch towers of stone and glass floating in the twilight sky, linked by bridges of silver thread. From one tower to another, you see processions of masked figures crossing the bridges in silence, their movements steady and calm, robes flowing as though underwater. Some figures vanish midway across, dissolving into faint sparks that drift into the air. Others appear suddenly as though stepping out of thin air, continuing their walk without pause. A wind stirs across the platform, cool against your skin, carrying faint whispers. You cannot catch the words, only the tones. Some gentle, some sharp as warnings. At the center of the platform rises a single object, a mask carved of stone, so pale it glows softly in the half-light. It rests on a tall pedestal, its surface smooth except for two deep lines running from the eyes down the cheeks. Like trails of tears frozen forever, you reach out slowly, your fingertips brushing its surface. The stone warms instantly under your touch, as though alive. The lines of the mask deepen, glowing faint blue, and the platform hums beneath your feet. The towers around you shift, their shapes bending and stretching like reflections in disturbed water. The bridges sway. Though no wind moves them, the masked processions falter for the first time. Every figure turns its masked face toward you in perfect unison. The air thickens, heavy with expectation. The mask on the pedestal pulses once beneath your hand, sending a faint tremor through the platform. You lift it slowly, feeling its weight surprising light in your grasp. For a moment you hesitate, staring at the hollow eyes that seem to watch you back. The whispers grow louder now, circling you in layered tones, urging, questioning, guiding. And then you raise the mask toward your face. The world tilts sharply, the towers spinning outward, the platform dissolving into light. A rushing sound fills your ears, like waves breaking inside stone caverns. When the spinning slows, you find yourself standing on a bridge of silver thread. It stretches across open sky, anchored to nothing you can see. The mask rests firmly against your face now, cool and fitted as though made for you alone. Your breath echoes differently inside it, deeper, slower, and ahead, where the bridge vanishes into glowing mist, a new shape waits, still and patient, drifting beyond the veil of haze. The bridge stretches ahead, delicate yet unyielding, under your feet. Every step hums faintly, as though the silver threads themselves respond to your weight. Below, nothing is visible, only endless twilight and scattered motes of light drifting like fireflies. You walk slowly, ears attuned to the soft vibration of the bridge. A faint murmur rises from the mist ahead, indistinct voices chanting in rhythm with the pulse of the bridge. The sound grows clearer as you advance, syllables strange yet calming, forming patterns that brush against the edge of your mind. Through the mist, shapes begin to emerge. First, floating lanterns in clusters, hovering as if anchored to invisible poles. Then figures dancing lightly on thin threads of silver masks, shifting with every movement. One figure leaps from a thread to another with impossible grace, robe fluttering as though caught in slow motion. You pause to watch, noticing a small childlike figure suspended on a single thread. Its mask is bright white, painted with a delicate spiral of silver. It tilts its head toward you, a silent invitation to join. You step forward cautiously, the bridge creaking softly beneath you. Every movement requires balance and attention, yet the mask on your face seems to guide your steps. You notice now that each breath you take sends ripples across the surface of the bridge, subtle waves of light that trail behind your feet. The chanting grows louder, weaving into melody. Notes rise and fall around you, resonating in the hollow of the mask. You realize the mask itself amplifies the sound, wrapping it around your mind, drawing you deeper into rhythm. Ahead, a cluster of floating platforms appear, suspended in midair, linked by thin, glowing threads. Figures move along the paths gracefully, some stopping to glance at you, their eyes behind masks, wide and unreadable. One figure in deep violet floats forward, arms extending in silent guidance, signaling you toward the largest platform in the cluster. You reach the platform and step carefully onto its surface. It feels solid beneath your feet, yet slightly yielding, like walking on dense moss. At its center stands a pedestal smaller than the one on the previous platform. Atop it rests a small, delicate desk, carved of glass. The glass mask shimmers in soft blues and greens, reflecting the lanterns above. You lean closer and hear faint laughter from the mask itself, high and music. The sound curls into your mind like a gentle tide, urging you to pick it up. When you lift the mask, the surrounding mist shifts, twisting around the floating platforms. Figures pause mid-step, hovering like caught breath. The chanting now swells into a single tone, vibrating deep in your chest. You feel the weight of attention, all eyes on you. Yet no fear arises, only wonder. The violet-robed figure bows slight, guiding you toward a new bridge that spirals upward into the highest mist. You take a breath, gripping the glass mask in your hands, and step onto the next path, each footfall pulling you closer to the heart of the festival, drifting into the unknown beyond sight. The spiral bridge twists upward into thicker mist. Your steps are cautious yet certain, the mask in your hands pulsing faintly with its own light. Below, the floating platforms shrink into points of glowing color, drifting slowly into the haze. The air grows warmer as you climb, carrying scents of unknown spices and sweet smoke. Every breath feels thick with possibility, every exhale lighter than the last. The chanting from below fades into a soft hum, replaced by whispers rising from the mist around you. You notice shapes forming in the fog, subtle silhouettes of masked figures. Some stand perfectly still, suspended mid-air, as though waiting for you. Others glide along invisible paths, robes brushing against nothing, masks reflecting glimpses of light and patterns you cannot follow. Ahead, the bridge splits into 3 thin threads, each winding toward a separate lantern glowing brighter than the rest. The violet-robed figure appears beside you silently, tilting its head toward the middle thread. You sense that it carries the least resistance, yet you hesitate. The other paths call with unspoken promises. You choose the middle thread, stepping lightly, feeling the silver beneath your feet hum with recognition. The glass mask pulses warmer, as if approving your choice. The mist curls around your legs, brushing like soft fingers, urging you onward. A sudden motion catches your eye. One of the distant threads bends sharply upward. A figure leaps from it into the fog. Its mask is carved of shifting light, colors cycling faster than your eyes can follow. It lands gracefully on your chosen path ahead, and then turns towards you, beckoning with a hand. You quicken your pace, the thread vibrating faintly underfoot. Lanterns float closer now, casting pools of warm golden light that break the silver haze. Shadows move at the edge of your vision, shapes bending and dissolving before you can see them clearly. The floating figure pauses near a small platform suspended in the mist. A single pedestal rests at its center. Upon it sits a mask of deep amber, carved with a swirling sun pattern that seems to rotate slowly. You step onto the platform, feeling it sway slightly with your weight. Reaching out, your fingers brush the surface of the amber mask, warmth spreading into your palm. The mist around the bridge thickens, a soft pressure in the air, urging you to look forward. Beyond, you see a vast open space, lanterns scattered like stars across endless darkness. Bridges spiral upward and outward into the unknown. The violet-robed figure gestures once and vanishes into the mist, leaving you alone on the small platform. The amber mask pulses in your hands, drawing your gaze toward a spiraling tower that rises impossibly above the mist, its pinnacle lost in clouds, faint shapes moving across its surface. As if watching you, you step carefully back onto the silver thread, heading toward the tower. Every vibration beneath your feet seems to whisper encouragement, guiding you closer to the festival's hidden heart. The mist curls higher, wrapping the world in quiet expectation, waiting without hurry. The silver thread curves sharply toward the base of the spiraling tower. As you draw near, the mist thins enough to reveal more details. The tower's surface is carved with countless masks, each one frozen in a different expression. Some joyful, some fearful, some impossible to read. They line every curve of the stone, spiraling upward endlessly into clouds you cannot see through. The thread widens into a circular platform at the tower's base. You step onto it cautiously, feeling a faint vibration underfoot. The air here is cooler, carrying a scent of wet stone and something faintly metallic. From the tower's open doors comes a soft golden glow, warm and inviting. You walk toward the entrance, each step echoing lightly in the open space. The carved masks above seem to tilt slightly as you pass, as though leaning into watch. Inside, the glow reveals a spiral staircase carved directly into the tower's core. Each step is worn smooth, polished from countless travelers before you. As you begin to climb, the staircase narrows, walls pressing closer with masks, watching from every angle. Some masks move subtly, the eyes shifting ever so slightly as if following you. Others hum softly, a low tone vibrating through the stone, brushing against your chest like a heartbeat. Midway up the spiral, you notice small alcoves cut into the walls. Each holds a mask on a pedestal. You pause at one, a deep blue mask, carved with fine silver lines. The eyes closed as if in meditation. When you touch it, the eyes open slowly, revealing faint lights within, a tiny flicker of life trapped inside the stone. A sudden gust of wind rises through the tower, carrying whispers that swirl around your ears. Some words are familiar, names you cannot recall knowing. Others are strange, twisting into shapes that your mind cannot hold. You continue upward, climbing higher and higher. The staircase bends in ways that make your stomach lift slightly, angles impossible, steps appearing where there were none. A moment ago, at one turn, a mask on the wall opens its mouth in a silent laugh, soundless yet somehow piercing. You shiver lightly, aware that the tower itself is alive, observing, reacting. Finally, the spiral ends at a landing, overlooking a vast chamber. Lanterns hang suspended in midair, hundreds of them glowing in gentle blues and greens. A pool of water sits at the chamber's center, dark as night, but reflecting the lanterns above with perfect clarity. The surface ripples lightly without wind, responding to your presence. At the far end, another pedestal rises from the water's edge. Upon it rests a mask carved of pale crystal, glowing faintly from within. You step closer, your reflection shifting across the water. As you approach, the crystal mask seems to pulse in rhythm with your heartbeat. The chamber is silent now, save for the soft ripple of water and the gentle hum of light. You reach for the crystal mask, and the tower seems to exhale around you. Shadows stretch along the wall, bending toward the pedestal, waiting, watching. You lift the mask, feeling a wave of calm wash through your body. The mist outside swirls against the chamber doors. A new path seems to unfold before you, higher into the spiraling tower, and you step forward, rising into the waiting glow, drifting beyond the edge of thought. With the crystal mask in your hands, you step across the polished floor of the chamber. Each movement sends faint ripples across the black pool. The reflections of the lanterns twist and shimmer in the water, shapes forming briefly into figures that vanish the moment you try to focus. At the far side of the chamber, a narrow stair spirals upward again. This stair is carved from a single piece of ivory stone, smooth and cold under your fingertips. The walls here are lined with more masks, smaller now, hundreds of them stacked shoulder to shoulder. Some of the masks whisper softly as you pass, the words incomprehensible yet comforting. As you ascend, the light shifts, the lantern glow deepening into a pale silver. Shadows stretch along the stairs, bending slightly with your movement. Every step echoes gently, the sound seeming to linger in the air like a breath. Halfway up, you reach a landing that opens onto a balcony. From here you can see far into the mist, the floating bridges from below like threads of light. The festival spreads endlessly beneath you, lanterns drifting among masked figures that move without sound. Some figures seem to freeze when they see, others continue, unaware of your gaze. The balcony holds a pedestal carved from black stone. Upon it rests a small mask of deep violet, its surface etched with delicate spirals and faint silver filigree. You feel drawn to it, though the crystal mask in your hands pulses softly, reminding you of its presence. You reach for the violet mask, and as your fingers touch it, a shiver runs through the air. Lanterns above flicker, shadows ripple along the walls. The mist outside swirls faster. A faint melody begins to echo from somewhere deep within the tower, soft and haunting. It coils around your chest, wrapping you in warmth and calm. You lift the violet mask carefully, holding both in your hands. Now the masks seem to vibrate in response to each other, a silent conversation only you can sense. From the far edge of the Vonding, a new passage appears, arching upward into clouds of silver mist. It is narrow and steep, yet faint lights along the edges beckon you forward. A gentle wind stirs, carrying whispers of encouragement. You step onto the passage, feeling the masks pulse softly against your skin. Each step carries you higher, the mist wrapping around you like a soft blanket. Below, the festival fades slowly into distant glowing dots. Above, the clouds thicken, forming shapes that hint at towers, bridges, and figures moving silently among them. The spiral rises farther than you can see, the passage twisting into shapes impossible to predict. Every breath fills your chest with calm anticipation. Every heartbeat aligns with the soft rhythm of the masks, and you continue onward, climbing into the unknown, guided by light and pulse, waiting without hurry. The passage narrows further as you climb. Mist curls around your ankles, curling upward like soft smoke. The lanterns grow brighter now, pale gold and silver dancing along the edges of the stone. Every step hums faintly under your feet, a rhythm that matches the pulse of the two masks in your hands. At the top, the passage opens suddenly into a high chamber. The ceiling disappears into clouds of silver light. Floating lanterns hang in clusters, moving slowly as though alive. The floor is patterned with inlaid glass tiles that reflect the lanterns above. Each tile shimmers with a different hue, greens and blues, and soft crimson, shifting as you move across them. Figures move along the edges of the chamber, tall and slender, their masks long and angular, robes flowing like liquid silk. They glide without making a sound, drifting from one glowing tile to the next. Some pause to watch you, tilting their heads in curiosity. At the chamber's center, a pedestal rises from the floor. On it rests a mask, carved of pale moonstone, glowing faintly with inner light. You step closer, the two masks in your hands vibrating gently against your chest. The moonstone mask seems to sense your presence, pulsing in reply. As your fingers brush the surface of the moonstone mask, the chamber responds. Lanterns tilt and sway. The glass tiles shimmer brighter. A faint melody rises from the floor itself. The floating figures stop their movement, turning slightly, as if in acknowledgement. You lift the moonstone mask carefully, feeling its cool weight settle perfectly against your skin. The three masks pulse together, a silent rhythm that seems to fill the entire chamber. A soft wind rises, carrying scents of night-blooming flowers and warm stone. From a distant corner of the chamber, a stair emerges, spiraling upward into clouds of silver and pale blue light. The floating figures part silent, forming a path along the edges of the chamber for you to follow. The lanterns flicker gently, lighting the way as the mist parts slightly ahead. You take the first step onto the spiral stair. The masks pulse softly against your face and chest, each vibration guiding your balance. The chamber falls behind you, the floating figures fading slowly into pale light. Only the soft hum of the masks and the gentle ripple of air remain. The stair curves upward endlessly, twisting through silver clouds. You feel weightless at times, solid at others. The mist thickens and thins and turns, swirling around the staircase. and ahead a faint glow appears, a larger light than any lantern you have seen. It promises something beyond, a secret waiting quietly at the next curve. The spiral stair stretches endlessly upward, each step smooth beneath your feet. The mist wraps around you like a living blanket, thick in some places, thin in others, revealing glimpses of floating bridges far below. Lanterns drift past intermittently, their glow casting shifting shadows on the masks you carry. Every so often, you catch a movement in the corner of your vision, a figure drifting through the clouds, its mask long and dark, robes flowing behind it like liquid shadow. It does not speak, does not gesture, only watches from a distance. When you turn fully, the figure is gone, as if it had never existed. The masks in your hands pulse in soft rhythm, guiding your steps without words. The moonstone mask glows faintly against your chest, crystal and amber masks pressed close together. The combined pulse sends a gentle warmth through your arms and legs, a steady reminder that you are not alone. At one curve of the stair, the mist parts to reveal a small platform. It floats in open sky, anchored to nothing but the stair itself. On the platform, a circle of pedestals holds masks you have never seen before. One is carved entirely of black obsidian. Another seems spun from liquid silver. A third glows faintly like fire trapped inside crystal. You step onto the platform cautiously, the stair below vibrating lightly with your weight. Reaching for the obsidian mask, you feel a cold pulse that runs straight into your palm. The silver mask hums softly, its vibration harmonizing with the obsidian. You pause, listening to the three masks pulse together, a rhythm that feels both ancient and alive. Above the platform, the stair curves into a spiral of clouds, soft blue light glowing along its edges. The mist thickens again, curling into shapes that resemble floating masks in motion. Some masks seem familiar, glimpses of those from the festival below. Others are new, grotesque, or delicate, faces that almost speak but do. As you continue upward, a subtle draft brushes against your face. It carries scents of warm stone, sweet resin, something metallic faintly like lightning before a storm. Every breath feels heavier now, not in burden, but in richness, as if inhaling the memory of the tower itself. The spiral rises into a larger chamber that appears out of the mist. Lanterns hang suspended in great clusters, some floating downward slowly, as if descending toward the stair. The chamber seems fast, stretching beyond what your eyes can hold. Shadows twist and bend in the light, shapes of towers and arches forming and dissolving endlessly. At the center, a pedestal glows faintly, carved of translucent stone. On it rests another mask, its surface etched with flowing patterns, swirling and shifting in a way that seems alive. As you approach, the three masks in your hands pulse faster, a steady vibration that aligns with the soft thrum of the chamber itself. You place the obsidian mask down on the pedestal. Immediately, the air shifts. A faint hum rises from the chamber floor, as if the stones themselves are singing. The silver mask follows, and the hum grows into a layered melody. Finally, the amber mask is placed, and the chamber vibrates softly, harmonizing the pulse of all four masks. Lanterns above shimmer brighter, floating closer toward the pedestal. Shapes of figures move in the mist around you, masks turning toward you, silently observing. A stairway of light begins to form at the edge of the platform, spiraling upward into clouds of gold and silver. You step onto the stairway cautiously, each foot leaving a faint ripple of light behind. The chamber stretches downward into fading mist. The festival far below now, a scattering of glowing dots. The pulse of the masks guides you upward, gentle, steady, insistent. Higher and higher you climb, the stair twisting into shapes impossible to predict. Lanterns drift past in clusters, their glow reflecting in the masks on your face and in your hands. The mist thickens into clouds of soft silver, curling and swirling around the path. Ahead, a faint, enormous glow beckons, promising a new secret, a new revelation waiting at the next curve. You continue upward into the soft, whispering light, each step carrying you further into the heart of the festival. The stair spirals higher into the glowing haze. Each step feels lighter now, as if gravity itself has softened. The masks you carry pulse gently, guiding every movement with silent instruction. A subtle warmth spreads through your chest, calming and steady. Through the mist, shapes begin to coalesce. Floating bridges stretch between towers you cannot see. The base of figures move along the bridges, masks glinting softly in the distant glow. Some drift slowly, almost hovering, while others move with brisk precision. You notice a bridge branching from the stair ahead. It is narrow and curved, lined with lanterns that glow like captured stars. The mist curls around it, shifting like a living thing. A figure appears at its far end, tall, clad in deep violet robes, a mask of silver, etched with flowing lines. It tilts its head in silent welcome, beckoning you forward. You step onto the bridge carefully, the silver thread beneath your feet humming faintly with your pulse. Lanterns sway slightly, as if breathing with the wind. The mist shifts and opens in patterns, revealing glimpses of towers and arches beyond. Each glimpse feels like a secret, a hidden corner of the festival that only you can see. Midway across, the bridge splits into 3 thin paths. Each path twists into the clouds differently. One rises sharply, one curves gracefully. The last meanders in wide loops. The violet-robed figure gestures silently toward the middle path. You follow the gesture, stepping lightly onto the winding thread. As you advance, faint whispers rise from the mist. Soft syllables, almost like a language you half remembered from a dream. The words curl around your mind gently, soothing, inviting. The lantern's glow intensifies as you move, casting shimmering reflections across the masks you carry. Ahead, the path opens into a vast platform floating above the clouds. Lanterns cluster here in great clouds of light, some drifting slowly downward. The platform is circular. In its center rests a pedestal with a mask carved of delicate crystal. The crystal catches the lantern light, scattering it into faint prisms that dance across the platform. You step closer, the 3 masks in your hands vibrating softly in harmony. The crystal mask seems to pulse in response, a gentle heartbeat in stone. You lift it carefully, feeling its smooth surface settle against your face. Immediately, the mist around the platform swirls in gentle currents, carrying whispers of encouragement. From the far edge of the platform, a stairway of pure light unfolds. It rises into clouds of golden and silver mist, twisting upward in spirals you cannot follow with your eyes. Lanterns drift alongside it like stars escorting you forward. You step onto the stairway carefully, the masks pulsing with each step. The platform recedes beneath you, the festival below a scattering of glowing lights in the distant mist. Every heartbeat matches the rhythm of the mask. Every breath harmonizes with the stairway's pulse. The mist thickens around you, curling like gentle waves, and you climb higher and higher toward the hidden heart of the festival, drifting beyond the edge of sight, waiting without hurry. The stairway of light twists higher into clouds of silver and gold, Every step feels weightless, yet each carries a gentle vibration that steadies your balance. The masks you wear and hold pulse together, a soft rhythm that seems to reach through the mist itself. Above, the clouds part briefly, revealing shapes of towers that rise impossibly into the sky. Bridges of silver thread connect them. Figures drift along these bridges silently, masks glowing faintly in the light. Some pause mid-step to watch you climb, tilting their heads as if recognizing your journey. The stair curves sharply and opens into a circular platform suspended in soft mist. The platform is vast, polished stone beneath your feet, etched with patterns that shift and shimmer as you move. Lanterns float above in slow clusters, drifting with a gentle sway, casting pools of soft golden light. At the center, a pedestal rises from the floor. Upon it rests a mask carved from swirling glass, colors shifting like liquid sunset. You step closer, the three masks in your hands, vibrating softly in harmony. Reaching for the glass mask, your fingers brush its surface. A wave of warmth spreads up your arms. As you lift it, the mist around the platform stirs. Forms of masked figures begin to emerge from the haze, floating gracefully, some moving in unison, others drifting independently. Their robes flow as if underwater, masks glowing with faint inner light. They pause and turn toward you, silent acknowledgement in every tilt of a head. A soft melody rises from the platform floor, faint and layered. The sound coils around your chest, filling your mind with calm and anticipation. Lanterns sway more actively, drifting closer toward the center. Shadows along the edges stretch and bend, shifting into new shapes with every pulse of the masks. From the far edge of the platform, a stair of silver light curves upward, disappearing into denser mist. The glass mask pulses in your hands, aligning with the rhythm of the stairway. You step onto it cautiously, each footfall leaving faint ripples of light behind. The platform recedes slowly, lanterns drifting past in clusters like distant stars. The mist thickens, curling around your legs, guiding you upward with gentle insistence. Figures float alongside you silently, tilting heads in recognition. The rhythm of the masks matches the subtle vibration of the stairway, a heartbeat connecting you to the festival itself. Ahead, the mist glows brighter, a warm light spilling from the clouds like sunrise captured in stone. You feel the pulse of the masks, urging you forward, toward what lies beyond, and step into the soft, whispering glow, every movement carried by anticipation, every breath folded into the pulse of the tower. The stairway of silver light twists and turns with increasing complexity. Every step feels like walking through liquid air, gentle currents brushing against your skin. The masks you carry pulse softly, each in tune with the rhythm of the stair, and your heart through the mist. The shapes of distant towers appear, jagged spires of stone and glass, rising impossibly. Bridges stretch between them, thin threads of light connecting structures that float like islands in the clouds. Figures move along these bridges, gliding with quiet precision, their masks catching flickers of distant lantern glow. Ahead, the stair opens into a wide terrace suspended among the clouds. Lanterns cluster here in dense clouds of soft gold and silver, drifting slowly like suspended fireflies. The terrace floor shimmers with embedded stones, each catching light differently as you step forward. At the center, a pedestal rises, carved from pale crystal that seems to contain a soft inner glow. Upon it rests a mask unlike any you have seen, translucent and ever-shifting. colors blending from deep violet to soft amber. You approach slowly, the three masks you carry pulsing in resonance with the one on the pedestal. You lift the new mask gently, feeling the cool smoothness of its surface. Immediately, the mist thickens and swirls around you, shapes forming in the fog, shadows of figures dancing slowly. A soft, harmonious tone rises from the floor, vibrating through your chest and fingertips. The masks seem to converse in silence, pulsing in response to one another. From a distant corner of the terrace, a narrow bridge of silver light appears. It arches upward and outward into clouds of shifting colors. Lanterns drift along it, guiding your path, the mist curling and parting, as if inviting you onward. You step carefully onto the bridge, feeling the masks hum faintly in acknowledgement. The floating figures in the terrace watch silently, some pausing mid-motion, others turning slightly as you pass. The stairway behind you dissolves into mist, leaving only the bridge and the path ahead. Every movement feels deliberate and precise, as though the festival itself waits to see what you choose next. You continue forward along the glowing thread of the bridge. Mist curls around your legs like liquid silk, carrying faint scents of night-blooming flowers and warm stone. Ahead, the bridge curves into a swirling vortex of light, promising new discoveries, and with the masks pulsing in your hands, you step into the spiral, feeling the festival expand around you in quiet anticipation. Each heartbeat a ripple across the clouds of endless possibilities. The swirling vortex of light envelops you gently. Colors shift around your vision, pale gold blending into soft violet and deep blue. The bridge beneath your feet curves and stretches, delicate yet unyielding. Every pulse of the masks you carry resonates with the light, sending warmth along your arms and spine. Through the swirling mist, shapes begin to appear, floating towers, their spires impossibly tall, glinting with crystal surfaces that catch the shifting colors. Figures drift along invisible paths between them, masks glimmering softly in the glow. Some pause to look at you, heads tilting in silent acknowledgement. The bridge rises suddenly into a broad circular platform. Lanterns drift above, clustered like constellations, light spilling across the platform in gentle waves. The surface beneath your feet is smooth, cool, etched with shifting symbols that glow faintly with every step. At the center, a pedestal holds a mask carved of swirling obsidian and gold. Its surface seems liquid, moving slowly as if breathing. You approach it cautiously, the other masks in your hands vibrating softly in response. You lift the obsidian mask, feeling its weight settle comfortably. Immediately, the air seems to thrum with energy. Lanterns above sway lightly, shadows curl and stretch along the edges of the platform. Faint music rises from the stones beneath your feet, a deep, harmonious tone that resonates with your chest. From the far side of the platform, a spiral of light begins to form. It twists upward into denser clouds, arcs of gold and silver wrapping around one another. Figures drift along this spiral silently, some pausing to glance at you, others moving with calm purpose. You step onto the spiral carefully, feeling the masks pulse in quiet rhythm with the stairs of light. The platform recedes slowly beneath you, lanterns drifting past like distant stars. The mist thickens around your feet, curling and twisting softly with each step. The pulse of the masks seems to pull you upward, towards something you cannot yet see. At the next curve, the spiral widens into a larger terrace, floating in endless clouds. Lanterns cluster densely here, casting reflections across the mist that seem almost tangible. Figures move silently across the terrace, masks glimmering softly, some reaching toward the sky, as if feeling the pulse of the festival itself. You pause for a moment, breathing in the stillness and the light, and then continue forward, stepping onto a narrow bridge of pale silver. The mist parts slightly ahead, revealing hints of shapes and colors never before seen. You step into the unknown, the world stretching endlessly before you, like a secret waiting to be discovered. Each step a quiet invitation. The narrow bridge stretches ahead, suspended in the soft glow of lanterns. Mist curls around the edges like silk threads, shifting with every movement you make. The masks pulse in gentle rhythm, warm and steady against your chest and face. Each heartbeat feels echoed in the vibration of the bridge beneath your feet. Ahead, the bridge bends sharply and opens into a vast, circular chamber floating among the clouds. Lanterns cluster above in hundreds of glowing orbs, drifting slowly in patterns that feel deliberate, yet ever-changing. The floor shimmers with inlaid crystal, reflecting fragments of light into faint rainbows across the mist. At the chamber's center, a pedestal rises from the floor. On it rests a mask carved of deep amethyst, glowing faintly from within. You step closer, the other masks in your hands vibrating softly, a delicate harmony of energy and sound. You lift the amethyst mask carefully, feeling its smooth, cool surface settle into place. Immediately, the chamber responds. Lanterns tilt and drift closer. Shadows stretch and bend with gentle grace. Figures appear in the mist, floating silently along invisible paths, masks glinting softly in the ambient light. Some figures drift past with barely perceptible motion, robes flowing like liquid. Others pause mid-air, tilting heads in acknowledgement of your presence. A faint melody arises from the floor itself, layered tones curling around your body, calm and inviting. From the far edge of the chamber, a stairway forms, carved of light and cloud, spiraling upward into a denser mist of gold and silver. The masks pulse in unison with the stairway's rhythm, guiding each step forward. You move cautiously onto the first step, feeling the subtle vibrations beneath your feet. The chamber recedes beneath you, lanterns drifting past in slow, deliberate motion. Figures float silently along the edge of the stairway, watching, waiting, unhurried. The mist curls softly around your legs, carrying the faint scent of warm stone and flowering night blooms. The stairway curves upward endlessly, twisting through clouds that glow faintly from within. Lanterns drift alongside like guides, reflecting across the masks you wear and hold. The pulse of the masks grows steadier, more insistent, drawing you upward into the unknown. As you climb, a faint shadow moves in the mist ahead. Its mask is carved of shifting light, colors cycling faster than your eyes can follow. It pauses as you approach, tilts its head, and vanishes without a sound. The stairway bends once more, and you continue forward into the spiraling light, curiosity blooming quietly in your chest, the festival stretching endlessly beyond sight. The stairway stretches higher still, twisting and bending through clouds that glimmer softly. Every step feels lighter than the last, the pulse of the masks in your hands steadying your balance. Lanterns drift alongside the stairway, some glowing gold, others pale silver, their motion slow and deliberate. Shapes begin to emerge in the mist around you. Towers rise impossibly into clouds above. Bridges of silver thread connecting spires that seem to float without support. Figures drift along these bridges, silently, masks catching glimpses of light that shift and shimmer like living jewels. You notice one figure closer now, tall and elegant, robe flowing like liquid shadow. Its mask reflects soft blue light, tilting slowly as it watches you climb. You pause for a heartbeat, then continue, feeling the masks you carry vibrate softly, a steady reassurance in the quiet. The stairway bends sharply and opens onto a wide terrace suspended among the clouds. The floor shimmers with inlaid glass tiles that ripple faintly beneath your feet. Lanterns above cluster densely, drifting slowly in shifting patterns, reflections scattering across the mist in delicate waves. At the center of the terrace rests a pedestal carved of deep silver stone. On it sits a mask unlike any you have seen, etched with flowing lines and intricate sigils that seem to shift under your gaze. The other masks in your hands pulse in harmony with it, a gentle symphony of energy and warmth. You step closer, lifting the mask carefully, feeling it settle perfectly against your face. The terrace seems to exhale softly, a breeze carrying scents of warm stone, night-blooming flowers, and faint hints of smoke. Lanterns drift closer, some hovering at eye level, reflecting softly in the crystal of the masks. Figures appear in the mist around the edges of the terrace. Some glide gracefully through the air, robes flowing like water, masks catching every flicker of light. Others move more slowly, observing, silent, their presence calm and unhurried. You feel their attention upon you, not threatening, simply aware, a part of the festival itself. From the far edge of the terrace, a stairway of pale gold light unfurls. It spirals upward into denser clouds, twisting impossibly into shapes your mind cannot fully comprehend. The masks pulse in time with your heartbeat, the stairway guiding your steps. You step onto the stairway cautiously, feeling the air shift softly around you. The terrace below fades into mist, lanterns drifting slowly, like stars receding into the distance. The pulse of the masks grows more insistent, a gentle insistence that pulls you forward. Higher you climb, clouds swirling and curling around the stairway like gentle waves. Lanterns float past in clusters, reflections casting fleeting patterns across your masks. The mist thickens and parts in waves, revealing glimpses of towers, bridges, and figures moving silently in the distance. At one curve, the stairway widens into a vast circular platform, floating above endless clouds. Lanterns cluster densely here, drifting slowly and weaving patterns of gold and silver across the mist. The platform itself seems alive, shimmering with subtle energy that resonates with the pulse of the masks. You step onto the platform, every movement sending ripples of light across the surface. A pedestal rises from the center. Upon it rests a final mask, carved of soft crystal that glows from within like captured moonlight. You approach slowly, the other masks in your hands vibrating softly in response. You lift the crystal mask and place it gently against your face. The platform responds immediately. Lanterns drift closer. The mist swirls in gentle currents. Figures rise from the edges of the platform, moving closer silently, some extending hands as if in welcome. A melody rises from the air itself, layered and gentle, curling around your chest and mind. The masks pulse in unison, and the entire platform seems to resonate with your presence. From beyond the platform, a stairway of light appears, winding upward into clouds tinged with gold, silver, and violet. You step onto it carefully, feeling the pulse of the masks guide each step. The platform recedes beneath you, lanterns drifting past like distant stars. And as you climb higher, you feel the festival stretching endlessly around you, alive, welcoming, full of secrets yet to be discovered. You ascend without hurry, anticipation unfolding softly in your chest. The world of the masked festival, vast and waiting in every direction. The stairway of light rises gently into clouds tinged with gold and violet. The pulse of the masks guides you steadily, each step connecting you to the rhythm of the festival itself. Lanterns drift lazily past, casting soft reflections across your face and the masks you carry. Above, the clouds thin, revealing glimpses of towers that stretch beyond sight. Bridges of silver thread connect them. Figures drift silently along these paths, masks glowing faintly in the soft light. Some pause to observe you, tilting heads in silent acknowledgement. The stairway curves into a serene platform, floating alone in a quiet expanse of clouds. Lanterns cluster above in gentle arcs, their glow warm and inviting. The floor beneath your feet shimmers like smooth tempered glass, patterns of faint light shifting as you move. At the center rests a pedestal carved from pale crystal. Upon it lies a mask unlike any before, simple yet radiant, glowing softly with the light of the festival and your journey combined. You step closer. The other masks pulse in quiet harmony with this final piece. Placing the mask carefully against your face, a calm spreads through you. The lanterns drift closer, their glow surrounding you with gentle warmth. Figures appear in the mist around the edges of the platform, silent, welcoming, their presence steady and serene. The mist curls around your legs, soft and weightless, carrying scents of warm stone and faint night-blooming flowers. A gentle breeze rises, shifting the clouds and lanterns. From somewhere distant comes the faint melody of the festival, layered and soothing, wrapping around your chest and mind. The masks pulse softly in your hands, and on your face, a perfect rhythm, steadying, calming. You step to the edge of the platform, looking out over the vast expanse of light and mist. Towers, bridges, and floating lanterns stretch endlessly in every direction. Figures drift slowly, masks glinting in pale light, all moving in quiet harmony with the festival. You feel a soft certainty in the air, a gentle promise that this world is vast, waiting patiently for you to explore it again. The stairway of light you climbed seems to dissolve into clouds, leaving only the sense of connection, the pulse of the masks, and the calm presence of the festival around you. You stand quietly, breathing in the stillness and the gentle glow. The lanterns float lazily above, the mist curling softly at your feet, and as you let your body soften, your mind drifts into the calm of the festival. The world stretches onward, full of hidden paths and quiet secrets. And here, in the heart of the masked festival, you feel safe, complete, ready to drift into sleep with the pulse of light and mystery surrounding you. The festival waits, always welcoming, always alive, waiting for your next journey.